Hello, everyone. I would like once again to thank Twitch for running 3 minutes of ads, which actually takes more like 6 minutes to run if you don't manually trigger it. It's an amazing mechanic that I love. I start my stream early on purpose, and then it doesn't fucking work. Okay. Although, to be fair, I also started the stream after the ad ended. That one's on me. But I have amazing news for everyone who's a fan of programming, which I'm assuming you all are if you're watching a programming stream. Did you know that these two values are not the same? If somebody can see why these two values are different, please, for the love of God, I'm just going to zoom in as much as possible. If you can see why this value and this value are not exactly the same value as verified by this, please let me know. Because I genuinely have no idea how these two values are not the same, and it is causing Doom to crash in my system. Apparently, dead beef and dead beef are not the same thing. I genuinely, for a second, thought, is it because it's capitalized? That makes zero sense, but at some point, you just have to ask yourself that. Also, I didn't turn on my light, I just realized. So, kind of been in the dark here. Alright, that's probably better. Though now it's lost its little blue glow, not grow. Blue glow. Now it's all white. Yeah, so if you're trying to play Doom on Redacted OS, well, you can't because this value and this value are not the same, and that's causing the entire system to crash. Not the game, the system. You love to see it. Okay, I messed with some settings for the stream today. So, any anomalies that you see, any weird shit that you see, please let me know. But on the plus side, I found a way to make low latency the default on YouTube. So now all my YouTube streams should have very little delay. Let's see if it has very little delay. It usually takes YouTube a while to realize that I'm even live in the studio, in the stream manager. Yeah. Took that entire sentence to realize, oh shit, you're live. Okay, I'm supposed to show you. Okay, but let's see. Okay, I'm waving my hand, and there it is. Okay. Yeah, so low latency by default. That's pretty cool. Turns out it was already default on Twitch. I didn't even notice. I didn't even know Twitch had a value for that. But yeah, it's now low latency on both. The values are not the same space-time dimension is the only explanation. Fair. Fair. Is the bytes being swapped somewhere or something? No, I thought about it. I obviously, that was the first thing that I tried. Is like, is it endianness? Which makes no sense because first off, that value is being written here in a hexadecimal hard-coded string. And then it is being read here in a hexadecimal hard-coded string. And then I'm printing it here as a hexadecimal hard-coded string, and then I'm comparing it to the value here as a hexadecimal hard-coded string, and it's always the exact same. But I also tried byte swapping, and it just... It just, no. No. Apparently it's not the same value. Also, because I'm printing, this takes a while to boot. Nope. Let me try a 64-bit byte swap. The worst part is I could get rid of most of these logs if an if statement fucking worked, which it doesn't. It is such a weird bug. Yeah, these values are not the same. One thing I didn't try, to be fair, is converting it to a uint32t, which is a cast, and it doesn't enjoy that. But maybe, hey Jester. Hello. He was here before the stream started, then he left. Now he's back. Get on the bed. You know I need a prop for this side of the camera. There's just no way to make these two values match. I am genuinely so confused by this bug. Because they're the exact same value. I wasn't even gonna do this on stream, but I realized that both my Ghost Game and Doom weren't running properly. So Ghost Game turned out to be a elf file loader change that I made yesterday that ended up not working correctly. And Doom is whatever the fuck this is. So I wasn't really planning on doing this, but I'm kind of so confused by it that I kind of want to go want to know what the fuck is going on. Dead beef. Oh shit. Okay, there you go. Okay. You lied to me. That's what's happening. Printf is lying to me. I kind of suspected that, but I should have gone down that road a lot faster than I did. The value is not dead beef. It's dead beef, dead beef. It's double dead beef. So that explains it. Not sure why printf is lying to me, but okay. Not sure also why I feel like my voice has gotten worse since yesterday, even though it's actually gotten better. I feel a lot better. It's still crashing, right? No, it's not. Hold on. Okay, the Doom is crashing. I think. It's hard to tell with so many logs. Okay, yeah, Doom is crashing. And it has no debug information. I wonder why. But gonna be wrong if you have 64-bit pointers. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Thanks to the fucking standard. That's the reason. It used to be that X would just print whatever size it used to have. Now it prints explicitly a uint 32. So yeah, the print is wrong. Thank you. That explains. It's not a bug in printf, it's a feature. in libc, a beautiful library that absolutely never, ever, ever needs to be improved upon. Because God forbid you cannot run a program written in the 1980s. He said, while working on a bug for a program written in 1993, I believe. 97? 93? '93. So maybe I shouldn't talk, but it's gonna try one more time with Doom, see if it runs with that. Probably gonna have to commit that change, even though the dead beef thing is there to specifically tell you when there is a use after free error or something like that. So really it should be like I'm addressing the symptom, not the cause. But when the symptom also causes another problem, you have to address both. So might as well. Made my own OS, but someone told me to replace Grub with Lemon, and now I don't understand why it's not working. Funny thing, never worked with a fucking bootloader. That's x86 stuff that I am not familiar with. And that's Linux stuff that I'm not familiar with. Okay. Yeah, so Doom is crashing. That's, I guess, now you know. But, oh my god, please. Again, I'm addressing the symptom, not the cause. But it still needs to be addressed. So it's kind of a good thing. In a way, it's good that Doom is still crashing, because that way I have to actually address the actual cause of the crash. Because again, if you read the value dead beef somewhere, that means that it's a use after free, most likely. And this code is for reusing blocks of memory. So it's not exactly that. It's just probably been freed wrong or something. But again, have to figure out what's going on. My own kernel, no Linux. Yeah, but those bootloaders, I believe, like, yeah, I don't even know. They're part of like what makes Linux work. I don't know. I don't do bootloaders. That's what I'm saying. The takeaway from what I said should be that. I've never worked with a bootloader before. Though I said I wanted to do a bootloader, but I'm gonna use the same philosophy that I use for literally everything when I make an operating system, or pretty much anything. And it's how would I do it with no prior knowledge of how to do it, and then optimize it using prior knowledge. Alolok. Alok. Reuse with dead beef. That message makes no sense, but whatever. Again, this is not what I wanted to do today. I wanted to work on system customization. And possibly die in the process. It's something worth dying for, customizing an operating system. Okay, so yesterday, I did some slight customization things, such as I added a very slight shadows to the windows. I really like the way that it looks, although I want to fine tune it a little bit more. But I did it without any kind of like effort. Clearly. There could be a sort of blur or progressive type of thing going on, like a gradient in the way that it works. So if you look at, it's probably not super easy to see on here, but if you look at the terminal window as it stands on, let me bring up something white. in the background. What website is white? Let's do light Wikipedia, just so I can have big contrast. You can see the shadow here, it's blurred. You can see it, right? I increased the quality of my, I increased the frames per second because I realized it was at 30, not 60. And it is dropping some frames though. It's not amazing. I did some other changes as well, hoping it doesn't have too much trouble. But yeah, the shadow here is blurred. I don't necessarily want to implement blur for a shadow. I feel like that's a little bit overkill. But you know, maybe a gradient type of thing I might want to implement. But that's not the relevant part about what I did yesterday. What I did yesterday is I created, with the help of Tom, a TOML file for configuring the system. Theme.config. And you can use it to customize the startup, both whether it plays a startup sound, what this logo looks like, the background color overall, the name of the operating system, whether it has shadows here. Another thing that I added after the stream is I added networking. So if you want to disable networking on your system, you do usenet 0. And it's useful for computers like this one where a network isn't working for whatever reason. Or my Linux one where I haven't finished doing the setup and I honestly don't understand how I'm supposed to do the setup and I honestly cannot be bothered because why does everything in Linux have to be complicated? Also, if you want to run this system but you don't want to have any kind of networking because everything is done from scratch and not really tested from a security standpoint, and why the fuck would you want networking? Yeah, you can just disable it. And when I added that, this was after the stream, so nobody saw it but me. It's an exclusive reveal. I improved on the way that the parsing works with macros. So now it's this instead of the million lines of code that used to be here. And works a lot better, I would say. For that matter, I want to test something real quick. Can I do this with this and then this? That's valid. Not amazing, but it's valid. Okay. Cool. So now it should be trivially easy to parse things into the system, adding new options by just using one of these macros. But the complicated part, not all of the options that I showed before, Jesus Christ, I have so many things open. Not all of the options that I showed before are being parsed. This one and this one are not being parsed because they are arrays, and because they are arrays, they work differently. First off, arrays can be multi-line. I don't know what rules for multi-line there are in TOML, but in my implementation of it, only arrays can currently be multi-line. It's probably going to make things a lot easier for me. Probably should do the same for strings, but yeah, I'll get to that. I'll get to that eventually. So yeah, arrays can be multi-line and they can be nested, and also they have these values, which we need to know how to parse. So I need to implement array parsing into the system. How fun. All right. That's what I need to do today. That's the goal for today, is to be able to parse the entire file. So this array and this array here, and not leave the system in this array in the process. Okay. So that's what I want to do. And I want to use the read TUML. There we go. This is the function that parses Tom's very simple language, whatever it's called. So here's where I need to implement the array thing. How? I don't know. I'm not there yet. Property name, and then advance the property length, okay, KVP prop len. Okay. So the value of prop at this point, this multi-line strings in TUML. Yeah, I figured as much. We'll have to learn how to parse them. Okay, I need to understand the logic of what I'm doing here because I'm a little confused. Let me see. Okay, so I read. Okay, prop. Okay, I read up to the equal sign. So I read up to here, for example, or here, for example. And then that puts the cursor or the path, the prop value here. And then it gets the name of the property from before. Okay, we can skip that part. But then what comes after is if we encounter a space, a non-readable character, or anything before a space actually, or including a space. So if we find non-readable characters or non-alphanumeric characters, I need to look at an ASCII table thing. All right, so the character, these are control characters. Okay, printable characters. You have space. So anything before the printable characters is ignored. And we just move forward. And everything after the tilde character, which is this one. So it also it ignores the delete character. Okay. And then everything after that, it just ignores symbols like the euro symbol. You can't have a euro value in there. You can't have accented letters. Can't have any of that stuff. All right. So anything like that gets ignored. Got it. And then it also ignores, okay, yeah. It also currently ignores string things like this. Because technically you could do something like panic text fatal error, or you could do something like this with the strings, and either way it gets ignored. Which if I want to support multi-string characters, multi-line strings, what are multi-string characters? Multi-line strings, I'm going to need to change that logic. So we ignore any non-readables. That's how it should be. I'm pretty sure I deleted an extra parentheses there. That shouldn't have been there. Okay. And then we ignore any non-readables at the end as well. So if I do something like this, that period shouldn't be there. So if I do something like this and then something like, stop adding periods for the love of God. Yeah, whatever. Something like this, the string gets parsed as just this. Three on each side. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. Okay. So, you know the cool thing about it? About all this? Is that I can put a string at the very beginning and test from there. Let's do multi-line strings first. Because I feel like that's going to be easier. Because with array, you have to process like the array itself, and then you have to process the contents of the array, which can themselves be arrays. So that's a thing. But I feel like let's do multi-line string. I can do it like this. Hello, world, and close it like that. Okay. So what happens if I run it with the code as it was? Let's actually ignore the change that I made there. Let's see what happens if we just run this. I kept the font to gigantic size here, which I shouldn't have, but whatever. It loaded just fine. And then I actually want you to tell me found key with value. No, don't tell me the value. Well, yeah. Don't tell me the value. Just to make sure that all the other values are being parsed, but I think they are. Because it doesn't play a startup sound. As long as it doesn't play a startup sound, then we know that it is parsing correctly. It found test string, but it also detected hello and world and this shit. So I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. I feel like that's supposed to be the strings, but why is it printing them like this? It thinks that these are strings, so that makes sense. It's not correct, but that makes sense. Okay. What do we do? We want to check that the value of prop is a single opening thingy. And then we know that it's a string at this point. We want to know if it's multi-line or not. Because another thing that I'm currently not doing is skipping the strings anymore. So I actually didn't check, but no. Interesting. There's no strings here. Quotation marks, I mean. It's kind of weird. I thought there would be. Working on like a config file for the system. Oh wait, no, hold on. I left this as it was, so that's why it didn't print those things as I expected it to. And system doesn't allow unused variables, so let's comment that out. And now it's redacted operating system. Allegedly redacted operating system. Cool, which is what I was expecting. Okay. If it's multi-line, then we know that len is bigger than 3. Well, bigger or equal to 3. And that prop plus 1 and prop plus 2 and can you do this? Can you do a triple comparison like that? That's cool if you can. Multi-null. Is it multi-null? Let's find out. Console kio.h. No, you cannot do that. That would have been really funny if you could do that. Check that all 3 of these values are the same. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Oh wait, yeah, okay. I already did everything I needed to do. Is multi-null 1? Oh, yeah, okay. The first one is multi-null, and the other ones are not. Like this one, and this one are not multi-null. That's correct. Okay. Actually, the multi-null needs to go here. If it isn't multi-len and prop minus len minus 1, no, prop plus len minus 1 is not equal to a closing bracket, that's a problem. Non-terminated string, and we are going to skip if that's the case. Continue. Continue is for this loop. Yes, that's correct. Let's test it then. Unterminated string. Which is gonna mess up our entire parser here, but oh well. I mean, not the parser, the ish. That's wrong. Something's wrong. There's a little something else that I need to do before I skip, don't I? Yeah, this. There we go. And we should be told that there is a non-terminated string before boot screen, and then it continues parsing as normal. Great. Cool. Actually, like that. There we go. So if it's not multi-line, we're going to do that check. And if that check is correct, then we're actually going to lower length by 2. And we're going to increase prop by 1. And then we're going to run the rest of the code, which should correctly skip the quotation marks and just parse like normal. So now the system shouldn't be redacted anymore. It's redacted. Perfect. Hey, lighting. Who? Okay. Not dying, but we're good. Okay. What if a string is multi-line? What happens there? We're going to have to seek until we find the 3 strings that terminate our string. Worst case scenario, we end up at the end of the file and we don't find that. But okay. So we're simply going to seek until we find a closing thingy, and then we're going to check the values, the 2 values after, which should also be quotation marks. Potential end at this. That's correct. And then I want to see the character after that, actually. So +2, which is going to be a new line or something. I don't know. Maybe it's even a carriage return. It's a new line. Okay. So if that's the case, we found the terminator for our string. And it's going to be a bit awkward to get the original string because our parser works per line. And this one kind of doesn't. Okay. So we're going to check that we have at least 2 characters to read from. We're going to check that they're also quotation marks. And if so, we found the end of the string. If not, we need to repeat this process again. potential end, then it finds the test string, then it finds hello world. That's not correct at all. Why did that happen? It finds test string, that's correct. But then it shouldn't find whatever this is, this, or this, because NL has been skipped ahead. Though it does find a potential end, so that's not a problem. Yeah, another thing that's missing here is that we should skip the ending strings as well. Yeah, they're not really supposed to read like that anymore. But it finds test string, then again, hello world. Oh, wait, hold on. The strings that it's finding are these ones, not these ones. That's the problem. Okay. So yeah, we kind of want to wait, no, is it? Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Test string followed by boot screen followed by logo points count. Test string followed by boot screen followed by logo points count. That's good. That's good. We're gonna want to keep a pointer, even a const char pointer, most likely, to start. No, that's in the name of a function. So multi-line start, where we currently are, and ml end at nl minus 1. And then we should be able to print our string at string from literal length, ml start. So we're going to print as many characters as we should from ml start, and the number of characters is ml end minus ml start. Potential end at space hello world with a space at the end. Correct. Cool. So actually, we don't need an ML start. We need a prop. We already have that. And then The size is calculated here as len, which is nl minus prop. And we don't need this variable anymore. So we don't need this anymore either. It seems to have worked. I'm going to check real quick if let's... Oh, I skipped a parenthesis here. Okay, there we go. So we should be able to print the value of the multi-line string if we did indeed find it. Not a great sign that it's... Oh, wait. I keep forgetting that string compare is the opposite of a boolean. Potential end at found test string hello world. Yes, but I did get one thing wrong about it. And I'm including the end strings there that I shouldn't. Did I close the terminal? This is the second time I've done that today, and I don't know how I'm doing that. No, okay. I don't need to run Doom anymore. Muscle memory there. Found test string, hello world. Cool. There is one thing that I didn't consider. And it's this. It doesn't detect it. Thanks for not doing it in Rust. You are more than very welcome. In fact, I love receiving messages like these. Yeah, we're automatically starting prop from NL, which is not necessarily correct. Should I start it from just where it currently is? Then that should work properly. Yeah, where is it? Kind of. Oh, but prop. So no. I should use path maybe. By default, the prop string uses kind of. Okay, yeah, not super. Almost correct. Almost correct. So by default, the prop uses a copy of the data truncated to a single line. That's not correct. What it should do is use the path plus prop minus path. Something like that, I believe. No. I mean, yes? Almost? Found test string. Oh. Why does it stop parsing there, though? We're using the path. We're just advancing it by this value. Which is negative. So that's clearly not right. Okay, so it's almost correct, but we need to skip this entire thing. This entire thing. Which is what's currently here. That's the value of prop. Well, prop and path are not. Yeah, they're not. Never mind. Oh, it should be enough to do this, actually. Wait, no, hold on. Okay, this. That's how we get the length. Advance by 15. That's how you get the length, yes. Found test string. Oh, hello world. And there is a new line, because technically there's a new line here. If you want to do it like this, then you don't have that new line. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Multi-line strings implemented. And right on time. There is an ad coming up on Twitch. So we are going to continue after these commercial messages. All right, we're back. I got to thinking about that message that came up in chat before the ad about thank you for not doing it in Rust. And I thought that Rust evangelists were annoying. Obviously, I'm not calling the person who said that a Rust evangelist, quite the opposite. But I thought they were annoying just in general. But as a little bit of context, I recently started using the social media app formerly known as Twitter, that I will continue to call Twitter. And first off, fuck that app. It is so poorly made, and it is literally full of right-wing propaganda, AI scams, and overall shitty stuff. I've seen some grim shit on there in the 24 hours that I spent on it this week. But I also saw a lot of people defending Rust. It's because of Elon Musk. Why else would it possibly be? Why else would it possibly be? Actually, when I created the account that I'm using was a few months ago because I wanted to have all my usernames be the same. Even though I wasn't planning on using Twitter, I created an account just so I could have the username. And I only used it really this week because somebody posted a video of mine on Twitter, gave it quite a boost. So I went on there to thank them. And the only reason my timeline wasn't immediately flooded by Elon Musk and Donald Trump is that when I joined, immediately their tweets were the first ones that came up, and I blocked both of them immediately. Like as soon as I joined. That app is literally just straight up fucking propaganda. Let me put it this way. When I joined, it asked me what interests I had. And so I put in technology, I put in art or something like that, or music maybe. I don't know. I put something that's not technically wrong, but just something like completely random. And then I looked up immediately how to remove those interests because I didn't want it there at all. It just forced me to. And it also forced me to follow at least one person. And I followed a Spanish streamer called Ibai. That was the first suggestion that I got. And then I immediately unfollowed him. Nothing against the guy. I just don't know him and I didn't want to follow him. And then immediately my timeline was flooded with right-wing propaganda, mostly from Elon and Trump, which back in the day used to get along. So both of their tweets were mysteriously boosted in the algorithm. And yes, it has actually been revealed that Elon tweets get boosted, Trump tweets get boosted, right-wing tweets get boosted, and left-wing tweets get suppressed. That is like by design. There's literally like an if statement. If right-wing plus if left-wing minus. It's literally like that simple. We're not talking about like some complexities of the recommendation algorithm. No, we're talking like a literal if statement. If the username is Elon Musk, boost the tweet. Literally that level of fucking coding. So immediately I see them. And this was when they got popular. When they got along, I mean, when Trump and Musk got along, when Musk was actually in the fucking US government. So that's when I created the account. That's why both of them were boosted. I immediately blocked both of them. I don't know if now he is suppressing Trump tweets because they don't get along anymore, because I have them both blocked, so I have no idea. Ibai is the biggest. He is the biggest streamer, right? Is he still the biggest streamer? I can't think of anyone else that's like me. Besides me, I mean. Ibai. With a vast fucking difference between him and the next ones. Who are most of these people? I've actually not heard of them. Wait, Chogas is not... Okay, he's number 16. Aw. That... Aw, poor thing. Ew. Fucking ew. Why is that considered a streamer? He still holds the record for most concurrent viewers? Like in the world? Yeah, it's him. Interesting. No, all-time peak viewers, average viewers. Okay, he's third. Prime Video? Who the fuck is watching Prime Video on Twitch? Oh, La Velada? Yeah, definitely I've heard of this. Are you on the streamer list? If you scroll far enough? No. Probably fucking not. Someday, but not right now. YouTube didn't like me saying on this list. We were talking about Trump, so it assumed we were talking about the Epstein list. But back to Twitter. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so I added those interests. I didn't follow anyone. I followed Ibai, then I immediately unfollowed him. Just because he was the first account that it popped up in recommendations. So I was like, yeah, sure, whatever, follow him. Just so it would let me skip. And then I got into my profile and I unfollowed him. And I actually used it when this person like tweeted about my stream. And like I said, gave it a big boost. So I was like, oh, you know what? Somebody on Discord told me where it came from. I went to the tweet, I thanked him, we followed each other, and immediately my timeline, mind you, I was sick when this happened. This was like Tuesday, I think. It's when I was really sick. So I spent most of that day in bed, most of the day on my phone scrolling. And so I was like, okay, let me see what Twitter is like nowadays. Because when I used to be on it back in 2023, it was a shit show. It was a fucking shit show. And it hasn't changed. Spoiler alert, it hasn't changed. So I got on it. I start seeing, immediately I see a bunch of programming people. Some that I didn't recognize their names or any who they are. And some that are like Soding or Primogen. How do you pronounce this guy's name? I always forget what his actual name is, and I always forget how to pronounce it. But that guy, you know the guy. Primogen. Not Primogen. Okay, Primogen. This why is he in prison? What the fuck is this? This guy. So I saw tweets by him, I saw tweets by Soding, I saw a fucking tweet by Microsoft. Can we find it? It's so beautiful. Probably not logged in on here. No, I'm not. I feel like Microsoft hired a Twitter expert in 2014, and this person has not bothered learning what Twitter is like nowadays or what social media is like nowadays, and they just tweet like they did back in the day. Because what the fuck is this? Developer starter pack. They have command prompt, copyright 2012 Microsoft Corporation, all rights reserved. We have fucking USB hub, whatever the shit this is. Bro, this is a tweet from 2014 that somehow made its way. Like, they probably scheduled this tweet in 2014 for 11 years later, and they forgot to unschedule it. I've watched some of their videos, but they sound really annoying. Yeah. Primate. I already forgot how the Prime. I'm gonna call him Prime. I already forgot his name. Um, I feel like I agree with some of his takes, but not some others. But I do watch his videos, not his streams, but his videos. Yeah. But yeah. So tweets like these came up, and so I made fun of this tweet. I moved on. I saw this shit. How is this supposed to be relatable? Unscheduled Teams call during deep focus equal modern jump scare. Like, definitely whoever tweets this is not younger than 40. I'm being generous with that one. Though again, I don't know the demographics of Twitter, so. However, after that, I came across a tweet. It was this girl's selfies, just some random girl's selfies that she posted of herself. And then it was actually a quote tweet of that tweet by someone saying, "Why is that your banner?" Because on Twitter you can have like a banner image, this thing, that's only accessible through your profile. And so I was like, that's weird. What's going on with her banner? Let me look at it. I opened her profile, and she had a picture of raw beef on it. I don't fucking know why, but probably for engagement bait, because it would make people go like, "Why is that your banner?" And people would click on her profile, and so she gets more engagement. So Twitter thought this was the funniest fucking thing in the world. And it was like, "Oh, you like going into people's profiles to look at their banners? Here's more tweets about it." My entire timeline became flooded with people being like, how do I fit this in my banner? Never mind, I figured it out. Which is just engagement bait to make you enter their fucking profile. Or like, "Why is that your banner?" Literally every single tweet became about banners. At this point, I had already followed some people that like did programming content, so it should at the very least know that I was interested in that stuff, and I wasn't fucking interested in this girl's banner, but it decided that it was just like, this person loves looking at other people's banners. And then it got fucking grim, because somebody quote tweeted somebody else doing what I expected to be a dark joke. It turned out to not be a dark joke. It turned out to be somebody who posted a very dark moment on Twitter, and somebody else was making fun of it. And because I clicked on these tweets, or tapped on these tweets because I was on my phone, to figure out the context of what was going on, Twitter decided, "Hey, you know what? Let's fill your entire timeline with this shit." So my entire timeline became filled with some really dark shit that I'm trying not to say, but it's probably not super hard to figure out what it was. Yeah. So I checked it again recently. It's mostly fine, but it genuinely became flooded with that shit because I clicked on one tweet that I thought was a joke and ended up not being a joke and actually a really grim, horrible tweet. Their recommendation engine is actually built like this. If Elon, then 1 more point. If Trump, well, actually Elon gets 2 points. If Trump, 1 point. If Tesla, 2 points. And if you click on a tweet, it's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm writing here. How did I do that? I did not know that's how you did that. Okay, I figured that out. Live on stream. Cool. It looks like this. And then it just floods your entire timeline with this shit. That's what it looks like. That's their entire fucking recommendation engine. It is so poorly written. It's incredible. Also, what every person on there tweets like. Obviously, it also boosts accounts who pay for Twitter, which is like fucking embarrassing if you pay for Twitter. You must have a humiliation kink if you pay for Twitter. Or you're a brand, but with a little bit of a humiliation kink. But if you're a normal person who pays for Twitter, you have a humiliation kink. With that being said, the people who promote themselves, which was a lot of AI ChatGPT rappers, pretty much, but they pretend to be AI startups. Every single one of their tweets is formatted in the exact same way. Oh, how did I do that? Let me figure it out. It was Shift, Alt, and then arrow keys. All of their tweets are formatted in the exact same way. Technology is dead. AI is replacing it. Whatever, like insert technology here. Like programming is dead. Here's this completely random person who managed to make an entire game with just one prompt. And how did they manage to do it? Well, on my platform, obviously, which you can get access to here. Every single one of their tweets is formatted the exact same way. There's also some accounts that just post random shit, which are also verified, and all of their responses, every single one of them, because also when it comes to responses, it prioritizes responses from people who pay. The programming language of the future, English, that one comes up so much. That one happens all the fucking time. The programming language of the future is English. It's such a fucking common phrase on Twitter. What was it? Yeah, every single reply, like, well, not every single one, but like the prioritized ones, the ones that you're most likely to see, are also from people who pay for Twitter. And first off, they all tweet like bots. I'm not saying they're bots, but I'm saying they all tweet like bots. What I am saying is, if they're a real human being tweeting like that, and they're not an actual bot, they're just wasting their fucking time. Like, just use a bot. I know that the entire point of verification was to get rid of bots. That was a fucking lie, obviously. But they're all fucking bots. And, so beautiful. If they're not bots, they're asking Grok to do all their thinking for them. Grok, is this true? Can you summarize this? Can you explain this to me? Just found your channel seems like an interesting way to learn C. Happy to hear that. AI written system code is less consistent than a drunk man has walk. I cannot imagine what system code written by AI looks like. Oh wait. Yes, I can. Oh, why did that come up? Whoops. I didn't mean to open that tab. Gotta pay for the subscription somehow. Does Grok only respond to subscribed people? Because I accidentally clicked on the Grok icon and it explained a tweet to me. Which also just completely ruined the joke in the tweet, but whatever. So I don't think it's exclusive to people who pay. And for that matter, you can just ask Grok stuff privately. You don't have to tweet to it to talk to it, apparently. Because I literally just clicked on a button. I'm pretty sure it's going to come up. Maybe you need to be logged in. But there was a button up here. And it immediately took me to a page for Grok. And it immediately explained the tweet to me. Literally just by tapping on accident. So if you feel the need to fucking pay to use Grok, that's even more embarrassing. Your humiliation kink is an extreme one at that point. But also, genuinely, those people are incapable of thinking for themselves. Grok, what does this mean? Grok, is this true? Grok, can you explain it to me? Grok, Grok. Oh my god. Somebody came on here once and said that they heard somebody else say that people who rely too much on AI are third-party thinkers. People who rely on Grok are just fucking stupid. They're the brain-dead tier of third-party thinkers. Super Grok unlock the best Grok with Super Grok the XAI premium subscription. That's its name? Super Grok unlock? Okay. Oh no, okay. Okay, that's a typo. Super Grok space. Unlock the best of Grok with Super Grok. Okay, I read that wrong. Though Super Grok unlock would have been a really cool name. And also about Grok, one thing that I love about it is that Elon Musk keeps trying. Every single time he releases a new version of Grok, he tries to make it a propaganda machine that just agrees with his viewpoints. And every single time, after like 2 days, well, day one, it becomes literally Hitler. Like, it literally becomes a Nazi. And day two, it starts looking at facts and proving Elon wrong every single time. Every version of Grok, it's always the same thing. Day one, oh, Grok has said some really offensive shit. Day two, Grok has contradicted Elon Musk. Day three, Elon Musk promises to make Grok better. Every single time. Super Grok is Premium Plus. Wait, so Super Grok is not even the paid version of it? There's Basic, there's Super Grok, and there's Super Grok Heavy. When it wasn't the hitter stuff just a prompt manipulation? Well, the point of Grok is to agree with Elon. So, not really. Keep in mind, this is a guy that tried to genetically engineer all of his children to be male. And then when the first became trans or came out as trans, he literally claimed that his son died. When really, it's just his daughter now. So this is a person who holds this kind of belief. Not really prompt manipulation. I feel like it just so happens that his views aligns with some other people's views. So that's the current state of... Also, he is the richest man in the world whose eldest daughter would rather not inherit any money than be associated with him. Which is sad that I'm associating her with him, but you know. Yeah. Do you know how much of a piece of shit you have to be for your eldest child who hates you to not stick around just to get your money out of spite? Because like, if you're somewhat of a piece of shit, your children are just gonna secretly hope that you die so they can inherit. You gotta be a real piece of shit for them to be like, you know what, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. X Pro, a powerful real-time tool for people who live on X. That is a literal thing, by the way. Monitor multiple timelines on a single screen, web only. Jesus Christ. That reminds me of, was it TweetDeck? Which may have gotten acquired by, yeah, it got acquired by Twitter. I feel like that's something that TweetDeck used to do. This thing. So most likely it's just they integrated that into Twitter and then it became X and then they integrated it into X Pro. Okay, what I really want to know is what X Pro actually gives you, because what's the genuine point of this? It doesn't even tell you what it does. It just straight up tells you like, it's powerful for people who live on X. What does it do? Sign up. Click here. I know that it tells you here, but like this means nothing. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, this one's in Spanish. Can we change it to English? So there's X Premium, there's Premium Plus, and then there's Pro. You need to not touch grass for a month to unlock the subscription. You're not even allowed to touch grass in a fucking video game. Like even digital glass, even digital grass, you're not supposed to touch. Changes to your profile photo, display name, or username will result in the loss of a blue checkmark until the account is validated as continue to meet our requirements, and no further changes will be allowed during this review period. How does that work exactly? If I want to change my profile photo and my display name and my username to my own name, but just like a slightly different version of it, do I have to do it 3 different times with 3 different review periods? Because I wouldn't be surprised. You get a blue check mark. Woo. Which, by the way, just gonna bring this up real quick. Bro, fuck off. Literally just wanted to look at this picture. Doja Cat tweets, I don't want to be Christmas forever. Elon Musk, please help. I've made a mistake. You should be able to change your name now. Thank you. Almost as if everyone had told him how much of a bad idea it was to let people change their fucking checkmarks. To pay for fucking checkmarks. But he's a bit of an idiot. What do you want? Creator revenue sharing. Okay, so you get paid for tweeting. People get paid for that shit. They should pay us for reading that shit. Not paying them for tweeting it. Creator subscriptions. Earn a living on X by letting anyone subscribe to you for monthly content. Holy shit. There's probably people who use X like OnlyFans, but just way worse. It's beautiful. I wish them all the best. I wish for price increases on X, as a matter of fact. I hope you give Elon as much money as possible. He needs it to get to $1 trillion. It's important. You can gift Premium or Premium Plus to anyone who isn't yet subscribed as a little treat. Wait, hold on. They can infect you with it? Shit. That's bad. That's really fucking bad. It's like a virus. It spreads. Fewer ads. So you don't even get ad-free. Okay, you do get ad-free with the Premium Plus tier. You don't get it with just Premium. Reply to verified only posts. Oh boy. I can't imagine those posts have any kind of discussion worth having. Verify your account by providing a government-issued ID to protect your account against impersonation. Receive an ID verified label on your profile. I get to pay to give them my personal data? Daddy Elon, you're such a genius. Holy shit. Imagine paying to get your fucking personal data uploaded to some insecure server. Like, unsecured server. Insecure server is not quite what I meant. Access to Media Studio. Manage the images and videos you've uploaded to X with studio.x.com. The feature is not available to basic tier subscribers. So if I post a picture and I want to delete it, I can't? What does that mean? View multiple configurable timelines simultaneously. And more with X Pro. Okay, so hold on. To access X Pro, you have to first have a premium subscription. And on top of that, you unlock the privilege of not touching grass or another human being in a sexual or romantic manner ever again. Fucking incredible. Access to articles. Articles is a new way to share long-form written content on X. Yeah, because I was on X for 2 minutes and I was like, you know what? I wish I could hear these idiots talk for longer, like hours. Brad and El Malquerer in the background. See, I tried to replace them with this God tier album and this A tier album. But they're too heavy and they fall over. So I ordered some new display thingies that are going to come tomorrow. So we're going to have those two up. Available globally? Oh, thank God. I was wondering if people in the fucking Philippines were just dying for having access to it. You know? My mom in Venezuela is like, you know what? We're doing quite poorly economically. Pretty much in every aspect of daily life, we're doing pretty fucking horrible. But you know what I really want to do? Pay for Twitter. I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna call her later and tell her, like, Mom, hey, guess what? You can subscribe to Twitter Premium. And then you can gift me a subscription. We can both be verified. It's available worldwide, everybody. The entire world can just give Elon money. I'm not gonna lie, there is one thing I'm disappointed about, and is that I didn't see the whole thing crash and burn in 2023 like I was expecting it to. Because how the fuck did he actually manage to get it up? To keep it up, I mean. How did he do that? Premium Plus is 31 pounds? Well, I can just look up. Okay. Subscribe today. It wants me to log in before even telling me the price of it. $40 per month or $395 per year in the United States. That's a little bit over $1 a day. That's less than you pay for a coffee. You could be paying it to get access to interesting content on X. And yet, here you are. Wait, $50 a month? Okay, in 23rd of December 2024, he raised it to 22 per month. Now, according to the AI overview, it's 40 per month, 38, 35. Okay, here's the price list. Wait, because there's also a basic tier. So there's not just premium and premium plus, there's a basic tier. So I signed up and I didn't pay for anything, so I'm assuming I'm in the tier. For 31, I want Grok to chew my food for me. It's drinking your water for you. Okay, it's $3 a month for the basic tier, $32 for the annual price. Then there's the premium tier, $8 or $84. And then there's the premium plus tier, $395, $40. Okay, so it's now been increased to $50. They lied to us. God damn it, fucking Reddit, so unreliable. So against Elon, they lie to us like that. How much is it in Spain? 32. 84, 377. Okay, so in Spain and in Italy, and I guess most of the European Union, it's nearly a €1 per day, which is probably less than you pay for a coffee. What am I doing? Technically, working on configuration files for an operating system, but I took a little detour to look at the ridiculous X prices and laugh a little bit at the people who pay the shit. So, a little bit of both. Incredible. By any chance, does it have the I don't even know what a Venezuelan price is like. Okay, they're in dollars. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, it's in dollars in Venezuela, but it's the exact same price as like US, because it's the same currency. Because the Venezuelan currency is actually so hyperinflated that people don't really want to use it. But like this is a lot more money than it is in the US. So Jesus Christ. I'm not surprised. Most people price things in the same way for same currencies, even if the economic state of the country is very different. But yeah. Oh shit, I can post about it? Oh my god, let's go. Do I want to log in first? I love that it asks me if I want to log in first. Obviously, I don't have the option to not do it before tweeting, because like, what the fuck would I be tweeting to? But like, I love that it's a question. Do you want to log in first? Like, what if I want to say no to that? Do I just tweet as Elon Musk? All right. Yeah. So we live in the worst possible timeline. But look at the bright side. If you pay for X Pro, you can get multiple timelines. So really, it's our own fault for living in the worst one. Okay. Holy shit. Everything I know about this fucking app is just so bad. And it just keeps getting worse. Well, sadly, we are no longer licking Elon Musk's boots. We're no longer kissing Elon Musk's ass. We are back to programming in C. An objectively worse thing to be doing on a Saturday afternoon. So don't be sad, don't cry, but we're going back to programming. Okay. So I was working on a TOML's little config file thingy. I did multi-line strings. Now we need to do fucking arrays. Which I need to consider how the fuck to do this. I have no idea. First off, I need to account for nested arrays. And second, I need to parse the values inside those arrays. Yeah, happy to hear that you find my videos interesting. They're a bit on the longer side, because I don't get super technical, but I do try to explain everything thoroughly. So that's the cool thing about them. Okay. No cost too great, no mind to think, no will to break, you will program in C. I mean, if it was up to x.com, I would program in Rust. The entire thing started with me like talking about the Rust evangelists on there, because they're ridiculous. And it didn't even finish my point, which was that yesterday I saw a tweet about how somebody complaining about there's so many abandoned packages for Rust, and them saying, oh, they're not abandoned, they're finished. And somebody else saying, holy shit, that's so metal. No, the fuck it isn't. Also, real quick, was it Debian or Ubuntu? Ubuntu switched to GNU core utilities made in Rust. And yeah, they're 17 times slower and buggy. It's not even a matter of like, oh, you reinvented the wheel, because like, yeah, who am I to talk about that? But it's a matter of, if you're gonna reinvent the wheel, don't do it in fucking production for one of the most used operating systems out there. I was gonna say it was buggy. I wasn't even gonna. I didn't even know it was 17 times slower. How the fuck is it 17 times slower? You know, besides the time that every time you do an instruction, you have to do a million checks. But I feel those are compile time checks, not runtime checks. Okay, this one has been addressed. The sort command has been reported to fail to provide an output on very large single line files, and this issue is still under investigation. No, it has just a lot of fucking... I heard it had quite a lot of bugs. Refused to believe it's 17, so instead it went for 1.7. They're probably talking about one very specific case in which it's 17. 17 is crazy. But it did hear the news. I don't remember where I heard them. It was a YouTube video, but I don't know who it was. I'd never seen that creator before. All I remember is he had a cat, because people in the comments were all talking about the cat. Okay, they've improved it a little bit. And it's so funny because I always advocate for saying like, hey, you know what, backwards compatibility be damned. We need progress. And so you would think that writing things in a memory safe modern language instead of C would be progress. But that doesn't just mean throw out everything you have, start over, and just ship it as is. It means like, yeah, it's okay if you completely replace your core utilities, but like, do it properly, do it over time. These types of things take years, not months. The original tools have been battle tested for literal decades at this point, most likely. You can't just replace them with something that was created in, even if it was a few years. That programming language hasn't existed for more than 10 years, so you gotta be slow about this. Hey, Gordy. All right, now for real. Let's get back to arrays. I don't know how to parse them. Do I give you the contents? I just parse from here to here, and I pass the contents of that to the program? Or do I parse this whole thing as an array, which then can be accessed by the program? Core utils is actually from 2002. Okay, so decades, but not as many as I expected. I thought at least 10 more years than that. I was expecting since around Linux, at the very least. But yeah, you can't really compare something from before the programming language that you did the rewrite in existed to something that you did recently. It was actually here. No, not you. This, which is at version 0.3. You can't really, replace something that's 23 years old with version 0.3 of something. It's a little bit much. Can I just see? I don't know how to see how old the repository is on GitHub, actually. This is the only way I can think of it. 2020. So it's 5 years old at best. The Linux peeps are trying to move to Wayland for a decade now, still have some issues. That's what I mean. In a real world environment, that's how it fucking works. Improvements take years to do. You don't just randomly switch. Even Apple, which is like a very controlled environment, can take years to do certain transitions. Like they decided to switch architectures in 2020 or 2019 or 2021. I don't remember when exactly, but yeah, with the M1 chip, they completely switched from Intel to ARM. Even that required a bunch of compatibility layers that we still have to this day. And we still don't have a year of the Linux desktop. We're never gonna get that. At the rate that we're going, we're never gonna fucking get that. Linux is just not user-friendly enough. And none of the distros are user-friendly enough. And if a distro ever tries to be user-friendly, the community will probably make sure to either argue it to death or just ignore it completely. So, very unlikely that Linux will be getting the year of the Linux desktop anytime soon, until those philosophical issues, so to speak, are resolved. GitHub repo could be just a mirror. That's true. But version 0.0.1 was released in April 2020, and version 1.1, so a patch, was released in May, and 0.2 was released in January 2021. Okay, so that's quite a big leap. But it doesn't seem like the project is much older than this. Because it could be a mirror, but I think the dates are around correct. Probably Insights tells you also how old the project is. No, not really. I never looked at the insights of my own repo. I kind of want to do that now. Zero active pull. Feel like there might be some mistake here. What do you mean zero active pull requests? There's 2 open right now. There hasn't been any commit activity. Oh, that's probably because I've been working on a different branch that isn't main. But what the fuck are you talking about? 2 unresolved conversations on the active pull requests, which it claims are not active. Let me look at a period of 1 month, for example. Okay, so here you see a bit more. But I'm pretty sure there's been... Like, if these are the top committers, at least all of these except for mine is at least 1 pull request. And actually, so is mine because one of these 2 is mine. So 7 merged and 2 open. Okay, so those 2 open are these probably. It just doesn't count them as open anymore because they're stale, I guess. They're a little bit old. Okay. I feel like you could probably word that a little better, but all right. Excluding merges, 7 authors have pushed 66 commits to main and 111 commits to all branches. On main, 89 files have been changed. There have been 4,000 additions and 724 deletions. Which puts us at around, what, 25k lines of code? 30k! Didn't even know we reached 30k. Okay. Cool. Not gonna lie, I feel like an operating system that has as much stuff as this one does should have more than 30k. It doesn't have a whole lot of features, but it has quite a few features. And 30k feels low. Also including the fact that like some external programs like the terminal, the demo program, the cat utility, the only one that I currently have, not written in Rust, sorry, are all in the code itself. So I'm surprised that it only has 30k, but apparently it does. Okay. And through all this yapping, I've been thinking in the background about how should I parse arrays, and I have not come up with an answer to it. So that's not great. Hey, Ice Dave. I still don't know if I want to defer the parsing to whoever reads the array or if I should not do that. State machine, most likely. That part is true. That part is definitely gonna happen. Bracket counter at the very least, yeah. I was thinking of that, but then you could possibly expand it to a state machine. That would probably be better. Because a state machine, you can look for brackets and commas and then use those. The problem... okay. The problem is that the TOML parser itself has no idea what it is parsing. So these logo points, you look at them, they look like integers. How do you know that they're not just floats without a decimal part? It just so happens that they don't have a decimal part, so you don't know how to parse them. And currently I'm leaving the parsing to the external tool, so I should leave the parsing of this to the external tool as well, in which case it should be external as well. So I should implement a simple bracket counter and use that. Okay, we're gonna do that. We find an opening bracket. We want to find a closing bracket. We start with a depth of 0. And this needs to work over multi-line. So we kind of just want to do this. And then do while prop kind of that. Instead of using the seek2, I just want to advance manually and read the different types of characters that I can find. So kind of like a very minimalistic version of a state machine for it. Just with 2 if statements. If you find an opening bracket, you increase the depth. If you find a closing bracket, if you find a closing bracket and you're at depth 0, then you're done parsing the array. If not, you lower the depth. Should be that simple. If prop is equal to, well, hold on. Can we do this as a switch for prop? After which you increase the prop value. And in case it is a opening bracket, depth goes up. In case it is a closing bracket, break. In case it is a closing bracket, it gets a little bit more complicated. And default, we just break. If depth is equal to 0, then I want to break out of this, not the switch statement. So yeah, let me just do if prop is equal to this, then depth plus plus. If prop is equal to this, then if depth is equal to 0, then that's it. We found the end of the array. Decrease before 0 check. No, the decrease needs to happen if depth is not 0, so it's an else. No, that's probably not gonna run. God damn it, there's an ad. That means I spent the entirety of an hour talking about X. Cool. Just laughing at it. Okay, it says it found the end of the array here, followed then by logo asymmetry, which is very correct. And then it does another one here, followed by logo padding, which is very correct. So I think it found it. Bracket open, depth plus 1. Bracket close, depth is still 1 before the check for 0. Yeah, because in that case, you haven't reached the end. Like, here it's 0. Okay, so it finds this one, it becomes 1. Then it finds this one. Is it 0? No, then just decrease. The depth becomes 0. And it does the same thing for all of these until it reaches this one. And it's like, okay, depth is 0, I'm done parsing the array. And it seems to work fine. So I'll be back in 3 minutes after the ad break and see how to actually parse the array. we're back. There's still too much light for the slight blue hue in my room to be even slightly visible. So might as well just make the light bright red. Also, this is not helping. Or, even better, just green. Is he seriously going to make an OS from scratch? I'm not. It's already made. Oh shit. If I don't fall off the chair. I'm just working on a configuration file thingies. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what value is being parsed for logo points, which is the one that we're trying to parse. I don't need to enter the system, it's already here. Found logo points at closing. Okay, so I'm advancing the wrong variable here. Prop should stay there, but it shouldn't be advanced. I was using NL. And then I want to print the value of it. And to do that, I need to calculate its length, which is going to be NL minus prop. Found logo points, and here's all its values. It ends up minus 5 too. Fucking amazing. Hey, nice. What about logo asymmetry? Asymmetry. Doesn't have an S. Found logo symmetry as 0. Okay, so that one's wrong. This one's not working. This is wrong. It's not 0. It should be 0, 0. That's not right. Wait, okay, I just realized I'm increasing this by 3. Why the fuck am I increasing this by 3? I should do it by 1. Yeah, that's probably the reason why this one is failing. Logo asymmetry 0, 0. Okay, that's correct. And then, if I want to test the other one, logo points. Minus 4, 2. Minus 3, 1. Minus 1, minus 1. 0, minus 1. 0, 3. 1, 3. 5, 3. Minus 5, 2. Minus 2, I mean. There we have it. That was surprisingly easy. Suspiciously easy, if I'm completely honest with you. Although that has to do with the fact that most of the logic for this I already figured out when I did multi-line strings. So I just had to adapt it a little bit. And we're mostly doing good. Okay. Good. Now, if I do this right, I might be able to just create a function. Just one function. To parse their values. One that returns a GPU. Is it size or point? Shit. The asymmetry is a point. So one that returns a GPU point, and it's called parse GPU point from a char pointer and a size t, which I can then just return an empty function like that. Okay, so I should be able to do parse toml into the boot theme value logo asymmetry. Jester, why are you crying? You've been crying for the past 5 minutes, or whining for the past 5 minutes very quietly. It's just like a constant sound that probably didn't get picked up by the microphone. He's probably not even crying. It's just, I don't know. Both him and I have breathing issues, so we bonded over that. Okay, how do I parse a GPU point? I should be able to do cursor equal to seek2 from the cursor to the comma and tell me value 1 is this. I'll do it like this. Value 2 is this, and you're gonna print no, actually just print one of the values and print it as a string, because that's the point. There we go. Okay, so my array is the quality only bad for me, or is it? Is it? I feel like I increased the quality. I would be surprised, but let me watch the stream for a bit and see. It looks okay to me. Oh, wait, hold on. The quality, no, it's okay. I can see it in 1080, 60 frames per second. Bro is watching on dial-up. I think it's your internet. Although you shouldn't rely on me because I'm the one streaming. And I'm also viewing it from the stream manager itself. But you know, different computers, so... long story short, I think it's you. Oh yeah, I'm given a char pointer, but I need to get the value length. I need to limit it by that. Okay. So I want to get the two values, right? And to get the two values, I do value and cursor. Both of them I'm going to do string from literal length value, some value for this, and then data. Okay. The length of the first string is going to be cursor minus value minus 1. I should verify that. Do some if checks. And then for this one, it should be value len minus this value minus 1 again. Yeah, I'm still doing theme stuff. I'm parsing the arrays that I left for today. So after that, I'm surprised I haven't gotten any crashes so far. Am I coding C correctly? That's not it. There's another explanation for this. It's mostly fine. It's parsing the two values correctly. But then there's just a random bracket there that isn't going away. Oh wait, does it include all this? Where is there a period? Nowhere. It actually ends before it gets to the period. So that's a problem. The value len is wrong. Even though when I do it here, also, real quick, I just want to point out, I have like key value decoding in C, thanks to macros. Just want to point that out again. Logo asymmetry, 0, 0. If this is the value that we're passing here, then why are you wrong? It has a length of 3, so that's why it's wrong. Okay, so max length is probably going into the negatives. It has a length of 3, which is very correct here. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Value length is 3 because this is the value. We skip ahead to the comma. We find this comma. Our cursor is currently here. and we want to read yeah, we're still reading it wrong. Cursor minus value is currently 1. Minus 1 is 0. And value length is then 3. No, cursor minus value is 1. No, it's 2. Cursors here, values here, 2, yes. Minus 1 becomes 1. 3 minus 1 becomes 2. Yeah, so that's wrong, because I'm reading this. I essentially shouldn't do the minus 1. Or should have just... No, hold on, I'm so confused now. No, okay, that was correct. Yes, I shouldn't have done the minus 1 there. There we go. Okay. And then, actually, we don't even need to do that. We just need to parse an integer 64 from value of the size cursor minus value minus 1. Do the same thing for this amount from cursor and then we want to mask it with uint32 max. Then we want to do x and y. And there you fucking have it. That should have parsed the asymmetry. How do we know? Can set its value to minus 10, for example. That way we'll test parsing of negative numbers, because I'm not sure I've done it. That didn't work, did it? Found logo asymmetry. 0 minus 10, okay. Did it actually parse to those values, though? Wait, parse uint64, shit. Parse uint64 means you cannot do negative numbers. Okay, it does work, but the uint64 one doesn't. It needs to be a... No. Parse int64. Which is not a function, so we need to create it. Okay, std string int 64t parse what I changed the spelling a little bit. There we go. Okay, const char pointer string size t size bada bing, and then we're gonna go with a little bit of the bada boom, and there we go. But not particularly complicated, I feel like. Just do the if I is equal to 0 and C is equal to this. Now we're going to mark the number as negative. Wait, I didn't change this. Why are you rebuilding the entire system? Oh, the worst part is I could have actually let it do it, and I wouldn't have needed to restart. It still reads a minus. What did I do wrong? That. Probably that. Yep, that was it. All right, we have a int 64 parser. Oh, it's gonna default it to 64. You can just downscale it from there. You don't need other ones. Cool. So it parses that. And then that's for the asymmetry one. For the points one, it's a bit more complicated. Because that one is multi-line, but most importantly, multi-value. So I need to do the same parsing that I just did for every one of these, finding the commas. So a very similar parser to what I did here. But with commas instead of brackets. And ideally, it is going to return a okay, this one's a little bit more complicated because actually I need to figure out. First off, it returns an array of GPU pointers. And the code for that should be similar to what I was doing here, so I'm going to adapt it from that. But do I need to go over the array twice? Once to know how much memory to allocate, twice to know like to actually do the allocation? I feel like I do. Kind of feel like I do. Okay. The code itself is simple. No, let me see if this works. There is a way I could optimize it, but it's not amazing. Technically, I know how many points there are because I'm told by this value. But what if I put this value after this one? Then I kind of don't want to have to do this. And also it can lead to a buffer overflow, so maybe not the best idea. Plus, this is code that only runs once. It's okay if it's slightly inefficient. Who cares? This is not going to draw any points. No, it's going to straight up crash because I deleted the points. 9 counts. Which is wrong. There's... almost right. But it's wrong because it counts the number of commas and... this one's here, not a comma. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still only 8 commas though. You good over there? If I stare at the code long enough, I will become enlightened. Nope, I don't got it. All right, let me see real quick. Okay. I'm probably reading yeah. Shit, I did become enlightened. What do you know? Turns out, because I didn't restrict it, it was reading this one as part of it as well. So I did become enlightened. Now there is a thing I need to consider. I'm counting the number of commas, which is not always correct. What happens if there's no more commas in between here and here? Like, normally the way that it works is it counts the number of instances based on the number of commas that there are, and there isn't a comma at the end. But I do want to allow commas at the end because I feel like that makes arrays more configurable. And also it just works better. Yeah. But in that case, I'm getting lucky that it counts 8 GPU points because it has 8 commas at the end. But that last comma may not always be there. In which case, it would only count 7. And it could just say, like, assume that there's one more, even though it doesn't have a comma. But that's not always the case. So I'm not sure how to detect this. See, now it only detects 7, because it only detects the ones that have commas. It should also detect this. How to do that? I have no idea. Let's just not do that. No, okay. I gotta figure this out. Okay, I can just check what's between here and the end and see if there's a value there or not. It's a little shady. But I guess it works. No. I've never written for chart. That is insane. Because you're not supposed to write it like that, really. It's supposed to be like this. If it's a printable value, which... bigger than space and smaller than this, it is a printable value. In which case, we found something else. And that should accurately count the number of points. 8 GPU points. 9 GPU points. Is there a character in here that you're printing that you shouldn't? A B C D E F G. Weird. What character is it finding? Little weird. When did I create a clip of my videos? When did that happen? According to Twitch, I clipped my stream. When did I do that? Because I don't remember doing that. What are you talking about, Twitch? Where do I even see clips? Here. What is this? When did I make a clip? What? Alright, I made a clip by accident, it seems, of my the screen that I showed during ads. And apparently people are loving it. It seems. Okay. There. I just got a little bit distracted by that notification, which is actually 20 minutes old, but I just saw it now because I was concentrating and whatnot. But okay. What was I doing wrong? Yeah, okay. So I want to see what exactly. Wait, what should be the comma itself? It's probably gonna be the comma itself. It's the comma itself, yeah. Okay, now it has 8 counts of GPU points. That is very correct. Cool. So then we want to create the array so it will no longer crash the system. Malloc by the count, the size of a GPU point, and then do I have to run this entire thing again? That feels unnecessary. Well, okay, I'm just gonna write it as it is. I also realized I'm increasing the value here, but I need to have the original. So I can work off of that this time around. Kind of an unfortunate misspelling there, but we'll just move past it. I hate how this code is turning out. There's gotta be a better way to write it. Let's give it a shot. I don't know. Wait, this should be orig plus 1 to skip that, and this should be minus 1. Yeah, that was wrong. That was wrong. That was very wrong. Well, no, actually. It's just that I forgot to do this. Oh, and that when you do this, you break out of the loop. Well, no. In fact, not quite right. Not super wrong either, but not super right. Okay, got it. So this minus 1 is wrong. Okay, so now it gets the first point. Then it breaks out of the do while loop. How do you even know what to do when I look without looking it up? I make something new and I'm annoyed looking for info. Were you fed books as a child? Yes, but not programming books. Funny, because now I barely read, but yes. Well, simple answer. I'm doing the exact same. Ooh, my voice keeps cracking. I hope the voice cracks are you can appreciate them on the stream because they're really fucking funny if you can. I'm pretty much repeating the same code here and here. I'm doing the same operation twice, so I'm sure there's a better way to do it. But I'm just kind of like figuring out how would I do this in the most naive way possible. I have to say, most of the times, it tends to be the best way to do it. Inaudible? Aw, that sucks. Because when I coughed, my voice broke, so that was really funny. I mean, cracked, not broke. Yeah, unfortunately, I am sick. I have lost my usual soprano voice. So, alas. I have to deal with voice cracks now. Probably just today, tomorrow, I'm probably gonna be fine. Okay, so the first set of values I'm reading are correct. I'm reading -4, -2. And after that, actually, yesterday I had tea. Today I don't. I should probably make some. Next ad break in 13 minutes. Thank you for the reminder. Although my sense of taste and smell are also a little bit messed up. So yesterday I was not fully believing that my tea was lemon tea. But that was just because my sense of smell was busted yesterday. And this is just a result of being sick. I'm mostly better. I'm barely coughing today, actually, so just my voice hasn't fully recovered. You know who Prime is? Yes, I was talking about him a little bit earlier. I never know how to pronounce his name, so I pronounced it as Primogen or Primigian, Parmesan. I already forgot how you're supposed to pronounce it. And I looked it up. I'm gonna do it again till I learn this guy's name. Primogen. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. Parmesan. Who's in jail, probably from being a React and Rust developer, which is a very fair thing to go to jail for, actually. Actually, what is the context behind that picture? Because that's such a funny picture. What's stopping you from coding like this? Bro was caught using Windows. Bro broke production on Friday. He lost his voice because he speaks a lot, so before it gets worse for you, start taking precautions. Fair. Living like a North Korean developer, Jesus Christ. Switch to closed source production. Is that why he lost his voice? I knew he did. Then he did some non-talking streams. I didn't know that's why it happened. Yeah, mine is just from being sick. It usually happens when I get sick. I can't uh, speak very well. My voice cracks sometimes. I can't sing in particularly high registers. I end up sounding like those uh, people who do covers on TikTok where they just do like the bass version of songs. Besides that, my voice recovers after a few days and then I'm mostly fine. I do some type of vocal warm-up before I stream. I try to anyway, and not always able to. Those are singing warm-ups. I wonder if there's more targeted warm-ups towards speaking. Now I kind of want to take a break and look at that. Am I planning on reading an article on vocal warm-ups, by the way? Jaw release, lip trills, tongue trills, 2-octave scales. Okay, so it's pretty much the same as vocal warm-ups for singing. Interesting. Hello, buddy. All right, we're doing this. Jesus fucking Christ. Didn't even give me time to turn around. Some guy got hired in Tursa or some famous company from jail, and I think that's the context for that picture. What the hell? Seriously? I saw yesterday that there was a streamer, I believe, streaming from jail. I saw that you can do exclamation point prison from her Twitch chat, and you could see like the details of where she's imprisoned. But I didn't know they hired coders from prison. All right. This motherfucker is so chunky, his neck is bigger than mine. It's a nice pillow I found. I've read all the most popular OS books. OS 3 Easy Pieces is really good. You know, if I don't, I was talking about this yesterday. I don't like reading technical books. There's a guy who turned his life around. He wrote a blog about it, which Prime read. Interesting. Yeah, I don't tend to read a lot of technical books because I find that the only way that I can learn something is by doing it, which is why I'm not a surgeon. They kicked me out of that one real fucking fast. But yeah, I don't tend to read a lot of books about programming because I prefer to just program. And I was talking yesterday about how I didn't pass my OS class exam twice, and I only passed it when I had to take it in the professor's office because I was the only person taking the test. That's probably because it was like in July and everyone else was on vacation, but yeah. How do you implement it? Do you figure out what to do next? You go off of vibes? Yes. See, I call it real vibe coding because I don't use AI. Instead, I just say like, let's just figure it out as we go without any reference. Just do it what logic and common sense tell me to do. But your neck is so stiff. What the fuck? He's just insisting on standing on me. He's not even looking at the camera. Can you at least look at the camera? Okay. Andreas Klingwork Serenity OS. That sounds very familiar. Love Letter to 90s Interface. Oh, yeah, I've seen this. I've seen it. See the name Andreas Kling? Andreas Bocelli. Did that say Andreas Bocelli or did it? Andrea Bocelli. Okay, that's better. Kling. Wait, Ladybird? I've heard of Ladybird. Oh, he's the one making it. Okay, he is one of the programmers that I saw on X before it all turned to shit and started showing me really grim uh, recommendations and pictures of beef. Interesting. One thing that I noticed about most developers that I like, whose websites I just randomly go on, is they all use just github.io. None of them use like their own URLs. I guess it's not really worth it now in the age of social media to have a URL for yourself. The only reason I even have one is for the email. That's pretty much the only reason I have any domains. But I'm noticing that more and more. I noticed it also for Soding. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be his, yeah. Primogen. I feel like this is gonna be not realistic. I have my own URL. I don't know if 12 a year is worth it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Well, it's on YouTube, so I'm not worried about my video being taken down for it. But I fucking knew it. Primogen or Primogen? Optimus Prime agent. Prima like primary and gen like generator. Primogen. Primogen. Okay. So it's not pronounced like the other thing that I'm not gonna repeat. Primogen. Out of my cold dead hands. Okay. What? Don't give me side eye, little bitch. You can go off of vibes and make stuff. I learned programming a year and a half ago. The PTC core code base, trying to understand it, and I was able to make it, as the papers on it were useless. You know, I've never looked at the code for that. I have a very basic, I don't even begin to comprehend how cryptocurrencies work, to be completely honest. In the same way that I don't know how, why my code is crashing right now. It's null the second time around. Okay, so Orage. It's basically TCP, and Web3 is a scam. Yeah, I agree with that. But even then, I tend to want to know how the technologies work, at the very least. See, I may hate AI, but I understand how LLMs work. Just crypto has always evaded me. The knowledge has always evaded me. Orage minus start index. All right, I'm gonna debug this because there's an ad going on Twitch. So hopefully the entire parser is gonna be done after that. I don't do anything to avoid reading long programming documents. I mostly just go off of interesting YouTube videos and try or fail to figure out algorithms myself. Same, actually. But I find that the easiest way to do it is to just try to implement it yourself. But a YouTube video of someone figuring it out is helpful, which is why I decided to make a YouTube series on an operating system, because there's not a whole lot about that. There's a lot of, I made an operating system, this is my experience. I wanted to go a little bit more technical than that. My videos are still like that, but I wanted to do it a little bit more technical like that. Than that, I mean. File system, I haven't implemented ext2. So that's my answer, I haven't. I implemented FAT32. Not ext2, actually. I wonder, usually a good starting point for anything that you want to do is the OSDev wiki. So maybe they have some info on that. I would be surprised if they didn't, especially for ext2. But yeah. Why is Jester just serving side profile? He's just sitting here doing nothing. You good, buddy? Okay, the wiki's down. osdev.org. Hey, Skitty. My name? Pronounced in the same way as the last 3 letters of your name. It's actually Diego, but yeah, I shorten it to just D. Okay, finally the ad is running on Twitch. I feel like, well, there's actually more information that OSDev Wiki ever gives you, so I would start there if you want to do ext2. And actually, I'm going to keep that page open. I'm going to research a little bit, because I also have to pick a file system to do. We tried OSDev before. Which key projects do you think are recommended before jumping? I hadn't done OSDev before. I did some bare metal Raspberry Pi stuff. I failed pretty badly at that one. I tried to make an LED blink. The best I got was turning it on, never blinking. So, yeah, didn't really have a whole lot of knowledge. I guess I've made a compiler, but that was in college. That was a million years ago. My challenge to the Doom post on Twitter. Oh, happy to hear. Welcome. Okay, let me try to figure this out while the ad runs on Twitch. I have a minute and a half, because I've already wasted a minute and a half. You're doing an interpreter? That's pretty much what I did. Sir, why is your neck on my mouth? Please move. Let me see if I'm doing this right. Kprintf. I just want to print one character from org at the beginning of each line, which should be either an opening bracket or actually a space. I believe it's going to be. Oh, now they're all working. Okay. Reaching for -5, -2. That's the last one. So they... Well, there you go. I debugged it. The hell? Don't fucking ask me, but I did it. Alright. I was supposed to make tea during this break. Oh, can you make me some tea, please? Don't give me the side eye. I feed you, walk you, give you shelter, all for free. Least you can do for me is give me some tea. All you have to do is boil some water. There's probably some already in the kettle. You don't even have to fill it. Oh wait, no, I drank coffee this morning, so no, there isn't. All right. It seems like it works, but not fully because it still crashes. It attacks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Although I just realized what the problem is. I hope you could hear him hitting the microphone because that was really funny. I'm actually surprised it runs because. Oh, this is the fix. This is the fix. Okay. Heard that bunk? Good. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD and hear it because I feel like that was really funny. Okay, because it would immediately encounter the closing bracket from the previous value and so it would print null. Whereas now I put this check here, it no longer does that. Okay. Alright. So that's good, but I'm still returning 0, which is why this is not working. That's the entire reason. The entire thing is still crashing, probably. What? You're not happy for me? I'm not taking you to the dog park later. You're not being very nice to me right now. And there you go. There you go. Can modify these values. Okay, Jester, that's enough. You can either make me tea. Oh. Can either make me tea or leave. No dog park today. There was probably not gonna be a dog park today. So I'm not trying to be outside in the dark, in the cold too long. Still not feeling great. But tomorrow maybe. Or Tuesday. You're nice. Okay. I wonder. Can I should be able to do this. I want to do it off stream. I don't want it to be visible. How far back do I have to go to find what I want to find though? Probably a million years. I want to try to implement some actual theme. Is August good enough? Probably not. Go far a little bit more. Dog park? For Jester. This has nothing to do with the stream. Okay. I'd be surprised if this wasn't far enough. How do I browse the repository at this current time in history? Okay, here it is. And then I go into kernel, theme, and oh shit, no, it's too late. I just want to see the full file, please. Thank you. All right. So now, that's a lot more values. Oh, but you know what I can do? You don't necessarily have to have this value. If you don't want to provide it, Might as well take advantage of the fact that I'm reading this twice. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Boot theme. Is it worth it? Logo points count. Count. Alright, there we go. See if that works. Yes. Okay, so let me try some other things, like the original color that the system had was this one. I probably should have left the logo as it was. I shouldn't have messed it up like that. But hey, whatever. Is this working? The asymmetry thing? There's a chance that I'm not even implementing. There's a voice crack. There's a chance I'm not even implementing that. It all looks the same to me. Anyway, did you know that back in the day, Redacted OS used to be a clone, a spiritual successor to another very famous operating system, possibly the best one ever made. And because I'm stalling in order to be able to fill in all these values, I'll let you guess which one it is for a little bit. 1 minus 1. Windows Vista. Should have been that one, honestly. What AI tools do you use for coding? I don't do that. I don't do that shit no more. I'm clean. The best OS ever? If I did that right, you should be getting a hint. Yeah, I did not do that right. I did not do that right. Oh, see, yeah. Okay. I just highlighted a mistake that I made. So the logo points count is one thing, and the logo steps. I did mean Temple OS, yes. I think you could see what the logo was supposed to be. It just, messed up a little bit because there's some missing code here. And in the boot screen, I made a change that I shouldn't have made. Linux? No. Linux is not even the best Unix like currently out there. See, this one shouldn't have been that. It should have been logo steps. The only OS one speaks as of being the best is nearly always Temple OS. Exactly. That's exactly what. Let's see if I did it right this time. I did not. There was some asymmetry to this one. But also, I said steps 12, symbols. How many lines is that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, I'm not parsing that value, am I? Parse toml logo steps into the boot theme with a parse int u64. Shit. It's getting closer to the shape that it's supposed to be, but it's still not right. How does redacted OS get the LBA from disk? What was the LBA again? Please remind me. That's a FAT32 thing, right? That's because nobody can even joke that Linux, Mac, Windows, BST variant is the best without being crucified. Yeah. What are you trying to make the logo? I'm trying to recreate the original logo that I made. But I've clearly messed up somewhere along the way. It's -3, -1, -1, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 1, -1, -1, 3, -3, I mean. Logical block addressing. Ooh, to be honest, I don't remember anything about that. You can look at the code for it. Let me see. Logical block addressing. Okay, that's starting to sound a little bit more familiar now. If we actually look up LBA, here it is. This is the code for it. It's in fat32.cpp in the file system, in the kernel, line 60. And it's pretty much the only place where I do it. If I'm not mistaken, you're given a cluster start, which you get given in an entry or at the beginning of the disk. And then the root index is the first one. This is taken from like the header. And then the cluster size is taken from the header, but it's almost always going to be 512 if I'm not mistaken. Well, no. No, cluster size is different than sector size. So no, it's not always going to be 512. Okay, back to this. The values are 1, 1, -5. See, that was wrong. 5, 1, 1. -1, -1, -5, -5. Okay, is that correct now? Yes, amen. We've done it. Except I've changed the actual boot screen code since this happened, so it's different than it should have been. But, oh, no, I should have made that smaller, not big. I mean, bigger, not smaller. Amen. And actually, its name was not redacted. It was this thing. Actually, the entire reason that it was Christian themed like that is not because of Temple OS. It's literally just because I came up with this quote unquote pun. But actually, I think this proves that you can quite customize the system however you want. And that's always a pretty cool thing to have. You know, if you're Christian, then you can do this. And you can draw other logos, and I'm sure some people are gonna draw a very common shape to draw whenever you're given the ability to draw. I'm probably gonna do it, just not on stream. But yeah. I mean, you should absolutely do that. Also, another thing, it wasn't fatal error, it was cardinal sin. Just wanna... See, and just like that, we've brought Jesus back. Sorry, Jesus back. See, now I can just... And then... Shit, I have to undo everything that I just did. Manually, because this file is not in Git. Always very fun to do this. Alright, there we go. That should do it. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I feel like there's something a little different here. Number 1. Logo steps is actually this minus 1. Otherwise, it's a closed loop. See, so the number of steps is the number of actual drawing steps that there are, and then the number of points is different. If you make them the same, then it's going to be a closed loop. If you make steps one less than points, it's not going to be a closed loop, so you end up with this. Now, this is messed up because I changed the values, and that's my own fault. So I have to go here and read the original values, which were minus 4, 2, minus 3, 5, minus 1, 1, 0, minus 1, 0, 3, 1, 3, 5, 3, minus 5, minus 3, minus 5, minus 2. So this is one of the ones that I messed up. And what was the other one? But this is maybe where side by side is actually useful in VS Code, and now I can't get it to do it. There we go. 4, 2, 3. Okay, this is not 3, 1, 5. This is 3, 1. That's the other one that I messed up. What is the title of this episode? What do you mean this episode? Alright, there we go. You know, I kind of don't mind the purple. Since when is there a window shadow? Since yesterday. You can control it with use window shadows. I believe it's on by default. Down. Okay, customization actually works. Cool. Okay, to commit time. Multi-line strings and arrays. We can get rid of this. There's probably a bunch of things that I want to delete from here that I didn't check. This also I want to delete. Yeah, let me just check for prints. You can go. Thank you for your service. You can go too, actually. And so can you. And then inside of Tom here, kprint for a non-terminated string. Okay. Not bad. Okay, so push that, that, and that. And for theme, what did I do? What did I do for theme? Added points and sim. Bada bing, bada boom. Amazing. I said before that Doom was crashing. And real quick, I want to check if it crashes on main as well. Shit. You need to make changes to compile it on fuck. Hold on. Just quit. Oh, I was pressing the wrong key. Okay, you want to go here and get rid of the privilege. Get rid of netdev, vertio, all that stuff. There we go. It has that. And Doom is not installed. Wait, I'm inside OS. I should have gone inside Doom. This bug is here. It's fixed now, by the way. But we're in main, so it's not fixed in main. Okay, Doom works here. I mean, kind of. It has this glitch. But it does work. Okay, good to know. I'm working on this branch, which I'm probably gonna merge to main after today, but I need Doom to work. But I don't want to debug it on stream. So what can I do on stream instead? Let's write some Rust. Let's not do that. Let's not do that one. Let's try not to do that one as much as possible. Writing some Zig. You know what? I've heard good things about Zig. I don't know it that well. I get the feeling that it's what Rust wants to be. What Rust thinks it is. Well, not really. It's just a modern C in a way. I have heard some pretty cool things about it. Your friend made an OS instance? Interesting. Use Zig as a zero dependency drop-in C compiler that supports cross-compilation out of the box. Really? Cool. So you can use Zig in bare metal environments. So that's the thing about cross-compilation. Cross-platform compilation. No one ever mentions Nim. What's Nim? Clearly nobody mentions it because I've never heard of it. Efficient, expressive, elegant. So really, there's just one language in the entire world that just never thought of putting their language on their fucking website. You can use Zig for bare metal. I mean, I figured, yeah. Interesting use of natural instead of unsigned. Because I hadn't even thought about it. Like, it's so fucking normal to spell it like that. But then again, natural doesn't really tell you the size of it. That's not great. I can't say I like this syntax all that much. Is it reliant on indentation? Because that is a little bit dumb. If it is. It is for Python, for example. My other friend told me about nim. I'm not super into what I'm seeing, to be honest, but it looks cool. Had I heard of nim since the zoning stream? It's also a cool lang. Not surprised that he did it. Iterator and yield constructs. Iterators are as easy to write as ordinary functions. When were iterators ever difficult to write? This is a filter, isn't it? This does not feel very cool. Let's use it like 3 years ago. So clearly people have had some knowledge in nim. They just, I'm just awakening a lot of it. This is pretty cool. Really nice. Comprehensions, I have no idea what that is. Import std sugar tables sets secutils and stroutils, which I'm assuming is sequence and struct utils. So this is a sequence for item in this, item times 2. I feel like they're kind of reinventing higher order functions, like the basic ones anyway. Assert that variable 0 is, okay, that's cool. Assert built into the language is pretty nice. Collect init table for value, okay, value divided by 2. Then 0, 2, and 4. Just round it down, yeah. To table. Which new programming language isn't reinventing something? Fair. Really, I just want C with proper lambdas. Because these could have been lambdas. Instead, they're function pointers. It's not super different. Well, no, sorry. This could have been a lambda. Instead, it's a function pointer. The only big difference with it is in some cases you don't have access to any local variables that you may have in here, but I don't have any local variables, so we're good. And also C is not object oriented, so you're mostly fine. Because you don't have to do instances. So you don't have to have a global instance to access it. And when you do object oriented in C++, then you have lambdas, so you don't care about that. I would say pretty good. Fizz, buzz, buzz, fizz. Fizz, buzz, fizz, fizz, buzz. Okay, I don't understand what's going on here, but I get it. So you could definitely live with just lambdas as an anonymous functions passed as function pointers. Yeah. There is a GCC extension for that, but what was the limitation that I was having with it? It still doesn't handle local variables. That's the only limitation it has at this point. Besides that, you can easily have lambdas. Which is like That and generics. Again, you can use void pointer, but it's not the best. Or you can use just a pointer type, like uint pointer. Besides those two things missing, C is amazing. Now, if I end up implementing a compiler from scratch, like I say I want to do, like I've been saying since I started streaming like a million years ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago at this point, yeah, probably. I could add some type safety. But honestly, it has some type safety, it's just not super advanced. It's not pedantic about it, which actually I like. It's true that you can easily mess up in C, but if you know what you're doing, it's not that easy to mess up. Here's how BTC works. You're gonna like write the entire white paper for us to read. I'm interested, but probably not the entire white paper. Okay, yeah, so chat-sized white paper is a genre that we need more of, to be fair. I don't know about that. Simple explanation that fits in chat would be both impressive and cool. Also, I really like this purple color. I might keep it. And if you want to do a Christmas theme, you can just change this because Christmas is coming up. I would say it's time, but I don't think my voice can go that high today. Or hardly ever. Occasionally, maybe, but not usually. But if you want to do a Christmas tree in the logo, you can do it. If you want to do a penis in the logo, like I said before, you can do it. If you want to do a cross, you can do a cross. If you want to do art, you want to just draw an entire thing with just one line, go for it. Fucking go crazy. Draw whatever you want with this damn logo. Why would somebody want that? Because it's pretty much a rule that if you're given the ability to draw something, someone on the internet is going to try to draw a penis. Like, that's just a rule. Also, I don't know, maybe you really like it. You just want to like have your operating system have that as its boot screen, go for it. And I'm resisting the urge to try it. I'm not gonna do it. I already did a cross. I can't do a cross and a penis on the same stream. That would be unethical. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would have my Italian citizenship revoked if I did that. As if Italians didn't constantly insult the entirety of Christian religion every time they talk just for the sake of it. Make a letter. See, I could make an initial for my name, but that's D, and then it would spiritually feel the same as the other thing. Like R or a J for Jizz OS. Oh, R for redacted? Okay, I get it. I was thinking why R, and the first thing that came to mind was Rust. I was like, why would I do Rust? Okay. You know what? Yeah, let's do a drawing. I was testing the 60 FPS thing that I set up today because I realized it wasn't. And I wrote that. And I forgot to delete it. So the way that it works is it's based on a grid. But okay, cool. This is actually going to be really helpful for drawing, but how do I delete it? Okay, there you go. Hey, Red Falcon. It's laid out on a grid. If I'm not mistaken, it goes from -5 to 5. Keep in mind, this entire boot screen code was first created to draw a cross, then I modified it. And actually, the way that it's supposed to work is... The thing that I'm supposed to go for with the logo was something like this. I couldn't make it super complex, but this is kind of what I was going for. So... let's go with... Can you display in hexadecimal values? Are you capable of doing that? Copy color as text. Shift Command C. Okay, let's try it. This one, Shift Command C. Did that work? All right, not exactly. Camera has light today and you're out of your dark room with your face lit by your laptop screen.
From mycard.com. El episodio de hoy es una mesa redonda sobre quién aparecería en nuestro propio Mount Rushmore de guitarristas y por qué.
Fuck Alexa. Forgot I plugged it in because I needed a speaker. What the fuck was that? Why did it just start advertising from the middle of fucking nowhere? The only reason I'm not throwing it out of the window right now is because I have my blinds down. Fuck Jeff Bezos, I swear to Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that? Why did it just start advertising out of nowhere? At least it didn't shout out your address. Yeah, okay. As far as bad things go. That doesn't look very PCB. I go for a greener green. Something like this, maybe. Man, fuck Alexa. I'm still pissed off by that. What the fuck was that? It was just like, you know what? It's too quiet in here. Let me advertise to you. Looks a little bit more PCB-like, but not quite. I don't know. Also, I don't want the system to be green. And you know what? It doesn't look bad. Next thing you need to do for the theme is that you can in-out normal RGB like RGB. Fuck, it might be worth it. Because right now it can only do hexadecimal. I think you can also do hexadecimal like this. I haven't tested it. No, clearly not. Input instead of in-out makes more sense, yeah. That and booleans is a thing that I need to do. But before Alexa interrupted me, I feel like I was gonna do something. Yeah, okay, I was gonna do a logo just for the sake of it. Then I decided to do the PCB logo. Then it stopped working. Now we're gonna do Excalibur. Okay, so what symbol should I draw? Then there would be a conspiracy on how it would know the room was quiet. Don't say her name shall activate and give me more ads. I disconnected her, and the only reason I didn't throw her on the ground is because she's quite heavy and she could have damaged my floor. What do I make? Okay, now you gotta stop. Let's do an R. Just a simple do, 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 do. Can't believe you called her fat. I call my dog fat all the time, you don't care. But I call Alexa fat once. All of a sudden, you got a problem with that? Okay. I'm just gonna also theme copy. Okay, I'm gonna keep original config. There we go. The overall layout of the grid, if I'm not mistaken, it's 5 is here. Minus 5 is here, 5 is here, minus 5 is here, 5 is here. So roughly, we're going 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's put it at 2, or even, yeah, 2. So we start at minus 2. No, actually, it's a little bit weird. The last, or the first point that it draws from is this one. Minus 2. That puts it on the left side. Minus 2 puts it on the top side. So it should be minus 2. Let's say 3. In chat will lose important cool details. A short read. All right, I'll open it and I'll check it out after I do the logo because I'm interested in that. Okay, from here it goes to here. So it goes to minus 2, 0. Then it goes to minus 2, 3, which we're here. Then it goes to 2, 1. Then it goes to this point again. Then it goes to my 3 on the y-axis, that's correct, and 2 on the x-axis. These 2 points aren't there. And the logo steps is 1 fewer than the number that we have, so 5. Let's see if that worked. No reason to remake the entire system every time, but whatever. Kind of missed something there. First off, you probably don't want it to repeat 15 times. Was that really 15? That felt like less than 15. This gives me horrible flashbacks to coding on MS logo using the turtle. If you know, you know. I don't know. I don't understand what that means, but I do realize one thing. And it's that this one should have been a minus 3. This one should have been a minus 1. That's why the entire logo is wrong. It looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous, but there you have it. It also draws really, really, really fast, so it just blinks. That's another thing that I wanted to do, and I didn't. It's rate limit the speed at which it goes. And I have the Doom code open, and I did that here somewhere. So we can go into the boot screen. Zoning has just removed semicolons from C. If I make a compiler, that's like the first thing I'm gonna do. I gotta see this before I rate limit my animation thingy. Or not, because this fucking website is broken as shit. Come on, it's either a 6-minute video or a million-year-long stream VOD. Okay, there it is.
Bugging, and it was a single missing semicolon. How many times you've heard this one before? Very funny joke, I know. But riddle me this. If the compiler knows that the semicolon should go here, can it just insert it itself? Why do I have to do that? Spoiler alert, it actually can. So here I have a tiny C compiler, which is a very simple implementation of the C compiler. And what I like about this implementation is that it's so simple, it is very easy to find
Also, just want to point
where
out
exactly the compiler expects this semicolon. So the way you usually explore any code base, you try to grab for error messages. So here we have an error message, and it looks like the
here's
unique
the
part
full
that
screen.
is not really changing very frequently is this one. Expected space parent got. So let's literally grab this combination of characters. And what we find in here, so there's some unit tests in here, and here is the only place where this happens. Okay, it's inside of a function skip, and it expects some sort of a character. So I suppose skip a particular token. It compares that expected token with talk, which is neither the function parameter nor a local variable, which means it's probably a global variable of some sort. And it
that's
is in fact
the best
a
way to
global
do this,
variable.
actually.
So I suppose what the Alexa does of this compiler is that it stores its own state in global variables, which is fine for very simple applications. And if the current token is not equal to the expected one, it just throws an error, and if it is, it calls next, which I suppose advances the tokenization, right? So we're going to presume that it in fact advances tokenization. So what that means we need to find all
just
the
get us to the
places
part,
where
though,
a skip function.
this is 6 minutes.
So the block can start with token if, token while, okay, so a curly brace, a return, and so on and so forth. So logically, there should be somewhere a case in here which is just an expression which ends with a semicolon. Suppose some fetched token
there
not
you have
equal
it.
to semicolon, we're, I guess, untokenizing it and then trying to parse something related to expressions, right? And then we're is equal to semicolon, only then try to skip it. And if it's not equal to semicolon, don't even try to skip it. That way, we're rendering that semicolon at the end of the expression optional. So let's try to compile the entire thing. So we recompile
Just one if statement.
And now let's try to recompile our application, our hello world, without a semicolon. And it compiles, and let's try to run the program, and it works. We can even add more print statements, for example, full bar, and it will still work. And we can even put them on the same line, it will still work.
Incredible. Incredible work. Absolutely amazing. I would like the tweet if I... Oh, this is like from 10 minutes ago. Cool. Okay. So that means if I open Twitter right now on my phone, I'll probably find it. And I can like it from there. Why am I seeing Stranger Things? There it is. Topmost tweet, because I only follow like 5 people. And liked. Cool. Alright. That was interesting. Monday school again. And work again too. Shit. Fuck that. Anyway. That was depressing. Why would you say that? Okay, we're going for a target delta time, which is 1 over the target FPS, which is going to be 60. At the beginning of our loop, no, wait. And the draw pixel, okay. Why don't I start making a sound driver? Because I already have one. There is a pull request. I need to ask if it's ready or not, because every once in a while it gets new commits added to it. It's probably ready by now. It's been a while since there's been any new commits to it. Not that I've looked at it particularly closely. I did start reviewing it, but I don't even remember what it does. It has a pull request. First off, finding out now that I have a wiki by looking at this. And second, that I made changes to it, apparently. Play lifetimes, pan settings, general source tidying. 2 weeks ago, and yeah, last commit was this one, so it's probably ready to be merged, or at the very least approved. Any big function which is for the file system for boot or dev or something? Because I don't understand where you made the boot or dev or something. You can look up for /boot and you'll find it. It's in the file system itself. It's a module. It's a driver module. Like, you can just look up that string with the quotation marks and you'll find it. Okay, I need to consider how to do this rate limiting thing, because the loop is here, but the loop actually runs until it's drawn the entire logo, which should be either very slow or very fast, you don't know. For this GPU, it's very fast. For the other one, it's decent. See, it's so fast that it just blinks. So what I need to do... It's probably enough for me to do this. Probably enough for me to do this. No, I feel like that's not right. That's probably not right. No, it is right. You can look at my make file for an example of how to do that. It's done by... It was done by a pull request, so I couldn't even tell you exactly how it works. It is right, it's just very slow, obviously, but... is it always the same speed for every GPU? No, because the other one has extra delay to it. But with this added delay, it probably won't even be noticeable. Wait, hold on. I can just do frame buffer false. Shit. I wasn't supposed to skip it. I was supposed to look at it. And I'm supposed to remove the clean from my last command. Yeah, I would say it's about the same every time now. But it probably needs to be faster than that. Also, I probably don't want to use sleep. I probably just want to use delay. which is implicitly declared, but I think it's in async.h. Oh, there's an ad running. I forgot to announce it. Yeah, this one's a lot faster. All right, gonna take a break during the ad, but just want to finish this real quick. No, it's too fast. Okay, so that doesn't rate limit it. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I made some tea. I let Jester have some dinner. Off camera. I don't believe in eating on camera. I don't believe in mukbangs for dogs. Also, Glad I made the tea, because while I was making the tea, I watched a TikTok. I had a song. I was singing along to it, and it sounded like the movie Us. It sounded like... That's what it sounded like. Actually, no sound came out. It sounded like this. So I definitely could possibly get some warm tea to not destroy my vocal cords. That would be nice. Okay. I'm also... I also want to set up that value. And I want to calculate the delta time. Which I'm pretty sure it's a uint 64, but we probably want to convert it to that. Okay, so before we start the loop, we're going to get the time from the get time. That's in milliseconds. So we want to keep it like that. We just want to convert it to a float, which should already implicitly happen, but just in case, we're going to do it there. And then we're going to get the delta time actually calculated in here. But to do that, we have to hold... Okay, no, actually, no, we don't have to hold anything. We get the current time. We get the delta time as new time minus old time. We then update that. This is the target delta time. And if the delta time is smaller than the target delta time, then we are going to delay. Is delay in milliseconds? Yes, it is. Okay. Then we are going to delay by the difference between the two, which is going to be in milliseconds. So it's okay. We don't have to divide by 1,000 because we're not actually using the delta time. We're just using it for the thing here. So maybe we'll just want to floor it just to be correct. Which GPU is this? FB. And just for the sake of it, the unrestricted delta time is... Well, unrestricted. That's actually not right. Because we are restricting it. Yeah, never mind. This is clearly wrong. What are these values? Well, those values are actually printing a float as an integer. That's 0.004 or 007 or 001 delta time. Except since I'm not converting, I'm keeping it in milliseconds. So it's 4 to 7 to 1 milliseconds, which makes sense. Essentially, context switching occasionally, not always. Yeah, that's about right. That's not the FPS though. I calculated that wrong. That should be the FPS. Did I do that right? I don't think I did that right. Target delta time is 8 point something. And delta time is 8 or 0. So I'm delaying that amount in milliseconds. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I feel like we're good. No suspicious of it, to be completely honest, but I feel like we're good. A little bit half-assed the way that I'm doing this code, but just drawing a logo. A little bit slower than I wanted to be honest. The speed seems the same for both GPUs though, which is what I wanted. So that part I think is good. I feel like I had coffee in this cup. I didn't wash it before putting the tea in. Or not very thoroughly anyway. But it tastes like lemon tea, so that's good. Okay, yeah, I think it's good. What I'm not sure about is this. Then again, I don't know what C steps is, so. Should probably put this code. Where's the flush happening? Yeah, that's wrong. This code should go out here. Okay, that's better. I still think it's a ridiculous logo, but at the very least, one thing I can do is change this 3 to like a 2. And switch to the other GPU, see how that runs. Good. I think we're good. Shit. It shouldn't have been a 4. I went too far. I think I went in the opposite direction than I was supposed to. Oh no, I just changed the wrong one. Okay. This is what I needed to change. A 2 to a 1. Oh, that tea is very hot. Nah. I'm changing this -2 to a -1. Okay, I feel like that's gonna be better. Yes. Much better. It's a shitty logo still, but hey. Like I said, you can draw whatever you want. We can do it only draw once, and we can bring back our RAM FPGPU. And there we have it, the redacted operating system with the shittiest fucking logo. I should have just used the Jesus one. Hold on, one more change. If it's gonna be the red one, it should at the very least be red. I said red. Hello, Jester. May I help you? Hello, buddy. Oh, that's very red. That is incredibly red. Should I pastelize it a little bit, maybe? Something like that. That's slightly less red. You probably shouldn't pick red for a background color, though. I feel like that's a little bit too aggressive. I feel threatened right now. Now, red for the error? Oh, that would be good. Which, by the way, there's actually no thing for it. It's just blue. And it's probably hard-coded. Hard-coded. Luckily, it's particularly easy to add new colors. Okay, the tea better cool real fast, cause and we're gonna parse toml for the background color. Here it is. I already copied actually for the error color this time. And we're gonna set it up as error color. This color here. And bring the background color to what it was before. Yeah, I like the Jesus one. Let's bring the Jesus one. and we're going to trigger an intentional error. Not that it's particularly difficult to make the system crash, but I'm going to avoid that as much as possible. So we're going to just create a fake. I like that. Straight to the point. We appreciate directness. And it's a little bit pastel. It's not super exaggerated. Just making sure this is night shift, so that's off. And this, no, that's dark mode. That one can stay. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's, I like it. And I like this color too. Now to make it crash on purpose, so I can see both. This usually crashes it. There you have it. I like it. I like this color. I think I'm gonna keep it. But you can have whatever color you want. I feel like maybe the default should be black, not blue. And this default.h, I'm just gonna get rid of this, to be honest. Yeah, black might be a good default. But I like my red. I like the way that the red looks. Straight to the point. All right. Not bad for only 7 p.m. There's that. And you see how easy it is to add configurations now to the system. It's trivial. It is extremely simple. Just 2 lines of code plus the declaration. That's it. So the system is pretty easy to customize, apparently. I wonder how difficult would it be to do a background picture? Just for the sake of it, because actually, let me look at my my Jira board. Road to 1.0. Road to 0.1, really. 1.0 is quite ambitious, but hey. 0.1 is on the way to 1.0, so not half bad. But I said I was going to make it available through the file system. It's not really necessary. I do want you to customize the system through an application, which is why I want to make it available through the file system. But this will require actually writing to that config file. So that means writing to the boot partition anyway. So yeah, it means writing to FAT32. Holy shit. You good, bud? Are you okay? Or maybe, I don't know. I'll see. I'll see later how I want to do it. Not the time to consider this. It's kind of done in the sense that you can do themes, but you can't customize them at runtime, which is kind of how I want to be able to do it. So that would require a lot of work, though, especially for the things like the logo and whatnot. That's gonna need a lot of work. But it's definitely not a priority right now. Okay, so theme, half done. I mean, I want to write down that it's done, just so I can keep track of everything that I'm doing in a visual style like this. Because I like doing this. But it's not fully done because it's still missing this part, which I'm not interested in doing right now. All right. I feel like I was gonna do something. I forgot what it was. I came here for a reason. And that reason was... Who the fuck remembers? Yeah, I don't remember why I went in there, but I do remember I wanted to see if I could make my system have an image instead of just a clear background, a background color. Desktop wallpaper, I believe. Yeah, I just don't know why I wanted to do it here. That didn't make a lot of sense. I don't know what I wanted from there. I think from there I just wanted to update what I did. And then move on to doing it with desktop wallpaper. So that would make sense. All right. That is in kernel processes, Windows DOS. Technically, all we have to do is replace this GPU clear with the system background color. And this one as well. With a static in line void draw desktop with this that now replaces that and replaces draw disk. Okay, but of course you might want to use an image. How do we know if we want to use an image? Well, not through configuration, just by looking for a file. So we're going to try to open. That. In the boot partition, RedOS desktop dot NUC with a file descriptor fid, and then if use desktop image we're doing PNG, which is quite daring. PNG is not super fast right now with all the steps that it takes to do a PNG image, but hey, it's worth it. We're gonna read the image if we so need we're going to malloc according to the cursor, the thing size. We're going to feed with the file descriptor into the image buffer with the file descriptor size. We're going to read an image, and then we're going to png read image img f with a file descriptor size, and we need to generate a descriptor for the image. So we need to get the info for the image from the imgf file, the fd size. That is going to give us an image info, if I'm not mistaken. Well, first off, I'm going to include all this, otherwise it's not really going to do much. Get info now returns an image info. The image info we can then use to allocate our image as info.width times info.height times size of uint32. And that's going to be our buffer. We don't pass the image buffer size? No, I guess that's calculated. So, interestingly enough, reading a PNG is kind of like doing your taxes. The PNG function knows the size of the buffer, what the size of the buffer is supposed to be. But it doesn't tell you, you have to guess it. And if you get it wrong, it's probably going to crash. Okay. Once we've read our image, we can free the image f file with the fd size. And even though this currently does nothing, we can close our file descriptor. And then we can actually move the image here. Right, so we can, there we have it. And then instead of that, just use this. And then draw desktop, if image, else this, and it is going to do a GPU. No, it's gonna do FP draw. Oh, wait, hold on. Rescale image. I need to do that. Fuck, I forgot. This is actually for the original image. The image, we're going to malloc with the minimum besides between the info width and the desktop size, which is given to us by that times the same thing for the height times the size of a uint32. Is min the correct function to use there? No, I want the biggest one, whichever one is bigger. Okay, there. So I calculate the size that the image is going to be. I malloc that. I can actually do it here. And then if the new info width is different than the info width, or the new info height is different than the info height, we'll need to resize. Otherwise, we won't. So we'll load into that buffer. Oh no, the image file always needs to be freed. What doesn't always need to be freed is the image, the original image of the size of the original image, which is this one. And that's also the old width, the old height, the new width, the new height. And that should resize our image. And then we can just do draw image with GPU get context 0 0. The image is at image. The image height is probably needs to be stored. Okay. Did any of that work? Let's find out. Chances are it didn't because we don't even have an image to draw in the first place. So that's not amazing. But let's do I have it? No. I don't have it. Maybe I have it on this computer. Hold on. Of course, there is a desktop that we have to draw. Oh, I have it, but as a JPEG. Alright, so I can just export it as a PNG. Export as a PNG, and we're gonna put it directly in the folder where I'm gonna be using it from. Let's see. OS, FS, Red OS in here, and we're gonna export it as desktop. Great, that should be done. Okay, let's see if it works. I'm terrified. It's doing something. It's taking quite a while. I no longer think it's doing anything. Yeah. No. It didn't work. I'm not sure if it froze or if it might just be that slow. Could be either one. I feel like it froze though. I can just rescale the image, I guess. Make it a little bit smaller. Less of a memory footprint. Sucks, but I can do it. What even is the size of the GPU being drawn here? That would be here, here. GPU in it. 1080 by 720. Why won't you let me resize, adjust size? There it is, okay. Yeah, so 1080 by... Am I seriously not allowed to do it? What? Why does it want it to be a square image? No, okay, don't square proportionally. That's what I want. Okay. 1080 by 720. There we go. It's edited. It's saved. Will it work now, or is it still too much memory? Yeah, no, still too big. That's such a disappointment. All right, we're making it smaller. That didn't work. Oh, it worked. It just took forever. But it worked. And this didn't. But it worked. Yeah, I think the PNG algorithm is just that fucking slow. I wonder then if I can just export this as a BMP. No, because this doesn't do BMP. I'm also pretty sure the system just ended up freezing anyway. All right, let me see what I can do about that. I can probably open up GIMP. I do have it, okay. I wasn't sure if I did on this computer, but yeah. And then I can new. It's a 1080 by 720. Open that. Load that. Does drag and drop work for that? Doesn't seem like it did. Hello? Why is this frozen? Okay, it doesn't seem like GIMP is working at all, actually. Yeah, okay, goodbye then. Thank you for trying. Let's try that again. Actually, am I able to just do open with GIMP? Man, nothing fucking works on this thing. What the hell? None of the dialogues work. Oh shit, okay. There was a dialogue on the other screen that I didn't see. Keep. Alright, there we go. So, is it gonna be too big if I export it as a BMP? I feel like, yeah. Wait, okay, the dialogue is here. Export. Get info. 3 megs. It might be a lot. It might not. It's hard to tell. But one thing's for sure. My PNG decoder works. It's just, you know, not the most reliable when it comes to performance. No, not Doom. This. Not super fast, but a lot faster. And then it freezes. Look, it's not going amazing. But it's not half bad. I just kind of have to figure out what to do with the fucking memory. I'm not sure why. This is a problem, but it is. And it's a problem that just freezes the entire system. But technically, we can have desktop support. And we can disable it by just having a file that doesn't exist. Yeah, okay. This good old reliable still works. And actually, I like this aesthetic a lot more, to be completely honest. It's definitely not just copying because it doesn't work. No, actually, it isn't. I like this a lot more. But I do want bigger files to work. And I also need to make PNG work faster. That's a different story, to be honest. That's an entirely different story. But question is, should I commit this or not? I feel like probably not. Oh, there's a crash. It crashed so much it stopped crashing. It crashed a crash. Dwarf error. Damn. That's how much it crashed. Alright. That's clearly not working, but pretty sure. So I want to commit this code. I just don't want it to work unless you explicitly enable it. So and yeah, you have to explicitly put in a desktop BMP image for it to explicitly enable it, but I don't want you to do that. I want you to go into the code and enable it if that's what you want. But that's probably going to be the end of today's stream because I've done quite a lot. It's been 5 hours. Amount of things to do. System is pretty customizable, I would say. Systems always having memory issues. Memory management is difficult. What do you want me to say about it? It just is difficult. But if you want a wallpaper, you can have a wallpaper at your own risk. And overall, I would say the system works. I would say customization is customizable. You can do quite a lot already to make the system look however you want. You can change its name, logo, colors. I don't necessarily want to explicitly allow you to change the behavior of it with like the way that the desktop works. If you want to do that, you just have to create your own process for it and replace DOS with that one. Not so much through configuration. That would be stupid. But overall, this works pretty well. I think I can say that part 1 of theming is working. And tomorrow, what do I want to work on tomorrow? I'm actually considering working on this infinite scroll desktop thingy. Then again, what is the point without multiple windows, which I need to implement? So most likely gonna work on these two tomorrow, so I can keep it a little bit visual. I can keep working on visual things instead of technical things. Then go on to work with these things, and these ones, and then this one a little bit. And then system's gonna be 1.0. I'm gonna sell it for $1 million and everyone's gonna buy it. I'm not gonna become a quadrillionaire. Yeah, that's the plan. Rough estimate for when? ETA would be a week. So by next Saturday, I'm going to be richer than Jester, probably. It's not even a given. Okay, well, that's going to be the end of the stream. I feel like I should probably shut up for a little bit and let my voice fully heal. So tomorrow I'm probably going to be totally or almost totally fine. And today that's it. So thank you so much, everybody who joined, participated, who watched, who hate watched, who whatever. Thank you so much for joining. Next stream is tomorrow at the same time as today. It's currently 8 p.m. It's at 3 p.m. CET, Central European Time. It's at 2 p.m. UK time. And whatever other time zone you can translate from the UK time one. Mr. Jester is having a moment. Depending on chance, I might finally fix the vinyl display behind me. Might be a little bit more interesting tomorrow. Might not. We'll see. I guess we'll know tomorrow. If not by tomorrow, then by Monday. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you tomorrow.